बंद कर देना चाहिए, बंद करो, बंद करो, बंद करो। Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back again to Analytics Anand. So today we'll be discussing the complete live end-to-end project on Azure Data Factory from one of the renowned faculty, Utam sir. Soon he'll be coming live. So I've scheduled it at 11 o'clock. I just joined 5 minutes back to give you a brief overview how things works here, right? Let me share my screen. Yeah. So meanwhile, you can explore all the courses from Analytics with Anand, right? So we have Master Data Analytics course coming at flight 3999. Then we have Alteryx course 499. We have Harness the Power of Excel from Pushkar sir at 499. We have Master ETL with Metallion in just 499. And then we have the Master of the Art of Data Visualization with Power BI and Tableau, which is commencing from 9 December every Saturday, Sunday, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Power BI, and Tableau you'll be having from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. So you can master all these skills. Just go through it, go through the website, and feel free to explore whatever courses do you want. You can reach out to me anytime. You have my number, you have my LinkedIn ID. Just feel free to reach out to me. So today's agenda is we have to take the complete and live project on Azure Data Factory by Utam Kumar sir. He works as a senior data engineer, right? So previous to us, he has some 7 years of experience. He works currently at Ecolab. So he'll be soon joining live and we can implement all this, okay, going further. So if you have any question, feel free to ask in the chat or on YouTube or LinkedIn from where you are joining, right? Meanwhile, I'll share you all the code files which you will be needing for this entire course. I'll share all the code files which you need for the entire course, which you can go through it. So let me share that part also quickly. So this is the Google Drive link from folks. Those who have subscribed to this already, the files has been uploaded under your Master Data Analytics Azure folder. So let me share this, copy link. So I'll share this in the chat. Those who have joined on YouTube, for you also, and those who have joined on LinkedIn also, I'll be sharing you this link. So you can join on YouTube, you can join on LinkedIn anywhere you want. Right? Those who have joined on YouTube. Okay. Here you go. Yeah. for you also, and those who have joined on. Feel free to go through all this courses tab, explore the website. Yeah, now the team has grown. We have Utam, we have Shalini, we have Ekta, we have Pushkar, and we have Priya. Yesterday, you might have, if you have attended, we had the session on Azure Synapse Analytics where you can go and check out the recordings and everything is available already. Yesterday we had this, so in the live section you'll be able to get this, right? Feel free to subscribe to this channel if you have not done so far, so that you don't miss any of these interesting updates. And if you have any concern, any doubt, feel free to reach out to me anytime, right? Make sure those who are from the non-tech background, those who doesn't have any background, this Master Data Analytics course is a boon for you all, especially the final year student, because you get to learn so many technology here, which no other platform in the world can give you, right? And that too from all the trained faculty from across India. They are working professionals, and they are certified in their own respective domain. So feel free to go through it, right? And any concern anytime if you have, just let me know. Okay, we'll wait for the Utam sir to join, and then he will take you from there. He will give you a brief overview what exactly this project all about and how we can benefit from this project, whether we can add it in the resume or not. So any question, if you have any time further down the line, feel free to ask and do along with him, right? Anytime if you get stuck, ask the question, ask relevant questions, right? He will explain you the entire architecture, workflow, code file, everything I have given to you. So folks, those who have subscribed to Master Data Analytics, this is the file. End-to-end project, Azure Data Factory. And those who are watching live from LinkedIn or YouTube channel, I have given you the Google Drive link. Just make sure you open this and download all of these files, which you'll be needing for today's project implementation. Okay, if you have any query, any concern, feel free to ask. Yeah. Today's project is being streamed live on both YouTube and LinkedIn. So there also you can refer, right? Or you can tell your friends or whosoever wants to establish their career in Azure. These days, you need to master 1 to 2 cloud technology, whether AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, coupled with Snowflake, right? SQL and Python, I keep saying it's a must. And Power BI Tableau, the course is commencing from 9th of December, every Saturday, Sunday. So go and check out in-depth Power BI and Tableau we are covering. Power BI has been covered by Shalini. She's a very renowned teacher, 3 years of experience he's having. So go explore this. We have Power BI, we have Tableau also coming into picture. All these courses are there just for you. So grab this, try to learn as much as possible. And soon when the market will be open for you all freshers, you will get eventually placed. Till then, don't get panic, have patience, keep studying. That's what you have to do. Don't waste a single day, right? Don't waste a single day. Keep learning. You have to study, guys. Until unless there's a job in your hand, till then keep studying, right? That's the only way. Master your skills, sharpen your skills so that you don't get rejected anytime in the interview, right? Both Power BI and Tableau is commencing from 9th of December. So do spread the word. If any of your friends, family members, any of your colleague wants to excel in Power BI and Tableau, make sure spread the word. That's what I would expect from you all. Okay. Let me see, where is Pushkar sir? Again, many folks are joining. Let's see.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, morning. I think he'll be joining soon. So let's wait for the time being. Till then he joins. Kindly implement this project along with him so that if you get stuck anywhere down the line, you can ask him the doubt, right?
Okay.
Data sets I have shared, everything, all the files and everything I have shared. Ping Utam sir, he will be soon joining. I only asked him to join 5 minutes late so that I can discuss all these things. See. Meanwhile, if anyone has any doubt, feel free to go ahead and ask. We have from LinkedIn, 7 people are joining. And on YouTube, how many people I can see live here? Let's see. I think we have Uttam sir joining us. Yeah. Hi, Uttam.
Hello.
Yeah. I made you the co-host. Uttam, just to set the context, since we have a diverse background, so just then give them a brief overview what this project all about, how they're going to be benefited from it, and whether they can include in the resume or not. Discuss the complete architecture. Okay, let's assume that we have the general crowd. Don't assume just the analytics of the Anand crowd is there, because we have the people watching live on YouTube and LinkedIn. So let's keep it very, very generic, and then you can take it ahead from here. Yeah.
Sure.
You can share the screen. I'll go on mute. Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Okay. Thanks for confirming. So hey everyone. Good morning. Thanks for joining today.
Fine.
Yeah. So the agenda for today is like we will be doing the live end-to-end project where we will be having like let's say disparate sources. There we will be bringing the data using ADF and we will be putting in the landing zone, that is ADLS. And then we will be doing some little bit of transformation or will create on Databricks. That's the complete agenda today. Now the questions, right? So as all the architecture, everything, and regarding this, can you put in the like a project as a project in your resume or not? So basically, right? So it depends like what is your experience. If you are a fresher, definitely you can put this as an project, right? But your experience, right? Then along with this, you have to put like you have to make your own kind of use case, right? But let's say if you are a ETL developer, then you have to create your own use case and then think that how those things can be implemented in media. So you have to do like that, right? It's not like that you get because what I'm trying to show is will be very generic today, and so that everyone can understand it. But regarding understanding, so it needs understanding of your Azure basics, okay, the prerequisite for this is Azure basics, like Azure fundamentals. You should be aware about all the like terms and terminologies which is getting used, right, in Azure. So that is one prerequisite for that. And you should be aware about SQL as well as a little bit of Python, not in too advanced level, but the basics of Python will help here, right? So that's the prerequisite. And apart from this, I am open with any questions if you have. Like rather than me talking, I want people to talk. Like, what is their expectation? So this is the expectation which I have. Like I will be giving this demo today. So I just wanted to understand expectation of the participants. Anyone can come. Just unmute yourself. Because if we go for complex project, definitely it is not possible to complete in 2 hours. Okay, because if you go to any organization, any project takes minimum a week or 2 week, right? If you involve those complexities. Here we will be talking about very basic things, but if you understand the basic things, definitely I'm 100% sure that you will be able to cope up with the complex projects. Okay, because if you don't understand the basic, then it's very difficult to understand the complex things, right? Yeah, anyone can come, unmute, talk about their expectations. Yeah, Pritam, you were saying something.
Uttam, just check once. I think voice is breaking. Little bit, it was cranky in between. Now I think it's fine. Yeah.
Is it better?
Once I think voice is breaking. Little bit there was a cranky noise from background. Yeah. Now it's
I'm
fine.
not sure.
Now it's fine.
Okay. Can anyone unmute and ask anyone? Is it better? I can see that voice is breaking, voice is unclear. Fine. Okay. Let me show you what I have today. Okay. Still voice is breaking.
Sometimes in between, some cranky noise come. I think maybe the earphone background noise is coming. Maybe because of that.
I think I can also, yeah, when you are speaking also, I can hear the break in the voice, right? There is I'm not sure whether what is the issue.
Just try reconnecting your earphone once. Yeah.
1 second. Because I can also hear that there is a background noise from your end when you are speaking.
Now try speaking. Now you can speak, Uttam. I am checking on YouTube and LinkedIn whether the voice is proper or not, whether it's from my side, because I can hear my voice on LinkedIn and YouTube. It's coming fine. No, we can't hear you, Uttam. Just check once. Try speaking now. Just check. Try speaking now. if it works. Uttam, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Let him join again. Let him join again, guys. It's okay. Any project, if it is undertaken here, make sure you ask this question whether I can include this project in the resume or not. This is you have to come up with this question. I am giving you just a roadmap, right? Ask this question. What is this project all about? How it's going to benefit me? Can I tell this in the interview or not? Okay, this is how you should ask. Clear? That's the first question. What this project all about? Can I include in the resume or any project, not this one, any project which I am discussing, any of the faculty member at Analytics with Anand is discussing, you have to ask this question. Otherwise, what's the point of doing project, right? What exactly we are trying to tap from here? That's question you should definitely ask. Let me see if it's this time. Yeah, Utam. Now it's fine.
Okay, but when you speak, sometimes it breaks in between also. Okay.
Now it's crystal clear. Now it's fine.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks for confirming. Okay. So today, okay. I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, what we are trying to do is we will be having end-to-end ADF and Databricks project today. Okay. And what are the components we are going to use from the Azure side? We will be talking about first, what is the architecture we have, and what are the sources, resources which we will be using from the ADF, from the Azure. That is, let's say, SQL Server, Azure Data Factory, storage account, and the Databricks. Okay. So this PPT, I think it is already shared. So if you want to learn more about what is SQL Server, what is a storage account, what is Data Factory, you can just go to the link and you can understand about it. Okay. I will talk about it when I create it. So what is the purpose? Because I know that many people have joined who is like not attended the class. So definitely we will talk about it. Okay, high level. Now this is the architecture, right? That's what we are trying to achieve today. What we will do is we have a source as SQL Server, where we have, let's say, 4 to 5 tables. Okay, and we will try to bring those tables using ADF, and we will put in our landing zone, that is storage account Gen 2. Okay, ADLS Gen 2. And from Gen 2, what we will try to do is we will try to read or create delta tables in Databricks. And when the table is created, then we can write our SQL statement to do any kind of transformation or fetch any kind of analysis on top of it, right? So that's what we are trying to do. So today we will be having two sources. One will be the SQL Server and one will be the HTTP. So basically we will be getting file from one Git repo. That can be your Git repo, that can be your any public URL, anything can be. Okay, but right now I will be using a Git repo where I have my like files, and then I will be using ADF, and then I will land in our storage account. Okay, and so this is the complete what we are trying to achieve today. And if time permits, then Anand sir can go for how they can connect with Databricks with Power BI. Okay, as a connector, or he might have covered. We will see that. Okay, it depends on the time, how it takes or how it goes. Okay, any questions so far?
Uttam, one question. So you said this particular project with this setup is okay for a fresher. So if it is for an experience, what would you expect after this? If you can just give
Yeah,
a gist.
sure. So when I will go inside, right, I will just talk about it. But so right now we will be using few activities by mean like let's say lookup activities and copy data activity. But when it comes to a fresh like let's say experienced, okay, so definitely no one will tell you that hey, copy data from this source to this source. No, it's not that straightforward. It will be going. It can be. Depends on the use case on organization to organization, right? So what complexities will be there? There might be like incremental load, okay, or there might be different kind of pre-processing you are doing, or for example you might be using data flows, right, where right now what I'm doing is I will just straightforward, I will bring the data to our data lake, and from there I will read it or do transformation Databricks. But in some companies you will see that the Databricks might be not getting used, okay. So what they do is the basic transformation they do, like joining, doing union, they do in the data factory itself, right? And there might be multiple sources, multiple like conditions, right? FL's conditions, all those conditions will be there to just check whether, let's say, if the size is this, then only proceed. If the file is present, event which trigger. So all those complexities will be there. So when you include the complexities, right, to this particular use case, then you can definitely say that. And also one more thing is like you need to understand about the CI/CD of Azure Data Factory, because this is the most frequent asked question in any interview. They might ask you like how you deploy your code to the higher environment, right? Basically how you are using CI/CD in your data factory, right? So those things you can think of as in complexities when you put on your data, when you put on your resume, having an experience of let's say 3 4 5 years. If you're putting that, yes, you have worked on Azure for this many months, so definitely you can expect those kind of questions.
Okay, thank
Does
you.
I answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So it's it's the complexities that's talk about, right? So if any fresher is telling that, hey, I did this, then for a fresher to understand what is link service IR, because when they go and join any company, they might give you, let's say, training for a week or a month, right? So if you know already these things, definitely it will be a plus point for you. But when it comes to experience, so experience is not expected that they should answer what is IR, right? They should be competent enough to answer the complexities involved in any kind of scenarios. So here, let's say I'm just using SQL. So what if I have to bring data from Kusto? What if I have to bring data from Snowflake? Okay. What if I have to bring data from a Data Explorer or Cosmos DB? There are multiple sources, right? More than 90 plus connector is supported from ADF. So you should be aware about all those connectors. So those kind of questions or things you can expect. Okay. Okay. So any questions from anyone, or are we good? Guys, one request from my end, kindly keep this session interactive so that I should be also understanding that whether you are understanding or not. Else it will be I'm just keep on speaking, no one is understanding. Okay. So just make it interactive. If you have any questions, anything, okay, unmute yourself, ask questions. Ask. Okay. Even if it is a question, ask.
Uttam,
Okay.
Abhishek is asking on YouTube, sir, if I will include this into my portfolio, this project, that what another thing I should include?
So he's experienced or he's a fresher?
That I'm not sure. Abhishek, that you need to specify whether you are fresher or experienced. Then only Uttam can guide you, because it depends. There's a huge picture now. If you are fresher or if you're experienced. Let him answer, then you can answer this
Yeah,
question.
Exactly. That's
You
what
can
I
answer
asked.
from both
Like,
point of view. Uttam, consider this from both point of view. If he's a fresher,
sure,
what he should
sure.
include. If he's experienced, what another he should include. Yeah.
Yeah. So definitely, when you're a fresher, then mostly people will expect that you know the basics of ADF. Basics I mean like what is IR, what is link services, what are data sets, how to create a pipeline, right?
Hmm.
And what is trigger, how many kinds of triggers are there, how you can monitor it. So those things, if you understand 4 or 5 activities also, that is fine, because the copy activity is the most frequently used activity in ADF. If you understand all those things, so that is more than sufficient. If you tell that you are a fresher and you know these things, so it is a plus point to get selected. Okay, because mostly when you talk about freshers, they know about like, let's say, C++, Java, Python, data structure algorithms, but they don't know about specific things. That
Mhm.
is, no one teaches, right, in the colleges. It's your interest where you will be going. No one is teaching you Power BI, right, in colleges. That's what I know. So definitely, if you tell that this things you know, definitely it will be plus point for you, right?
He's
Now
experienced
coming
from
to,
non-tech background, he's saying.
yeah, so if you talk about experience, then definitely, first of all, like, you have to specify how many years of experience you have. So let's say if you are telling that I have experience of 3 to 4 years in ADF, definitely then people will expect that you should be knowing the CI/CD process of it, right? How you
Hmm.
can deploy, and all the activities which is supported, right? Frequently supported activities, and what are the drawbacks, and what are the activities you have used, right? And the use cases, like, let's say you have to do full load, incremental load, and the data flows. So it depends on the company. Some companies doesn't use data flow, some uses data flows, because data flows is more costly if you compare to Databricks, right? So what they do is they just dump the data to landing zone, let's say ADLS, and from there they put the data to the Databricks. They do some transformation, and that is the easiest way to do it, right? Because Databricks is more cheaper in compare to uh, data flows. Okay, so you can definitely put those kind of scenarios that I did incremental load and increment, how you did it, right? So did you do the or union, or let's say join in the source system itself, right? Or you have just landed the data to the ADLS, and from there you have applied those merge activities. So it's not that only ADF can be. Okay, if you just say that ADF, uh, see, ADF is just an integration, right? You're just bringing the data. It's nothing big you are doing in it. It's not that bigger things you are doing it. Just landing the data, anyone can do. There are multiple things. There is Informatica, there is Battalion, there is Data Stage. Many ETL tools are there. But along with that data factory, you should be knowing Databricks. Okay. In the Databricks, you should be knowing PySpark and Spark SQL. Okay. In PySpark, definitely you should be knowing about all those transformations, the delta tables. You should be knowing about the Unity catalog. You should be knowing about what are the types of cluster, how you can optimize a pipeline, what is workflow, how to create a workflow, what is job cluster. So there are many things, right? There are many things. So it's not that if you just put, I know ADF, they will just ask ADF. No, because ADF is just for taking data from one source to another source. That's it. If you're doing some transformation, little bit of transformation using the data flows, that is fine. But until and unless you're not transforming in a bigger picture where it can be used by the data scientists, right? Then the transformation things is come. So it will be, if you talk about experienced guide, it will be a mixture of 2-3 technologies, right? You have to put 2-3 skills, and then you have to come up with a project that, hey, this is the project which I have did, including this. So for integration, this, for transformation, data factory. Okay, and for let's say visualization, I used Power BI. So it will be a mixture of all those skill set. Okay.
We have one more question. Shiv Kiran is
Yeah.
asking, what about Databricks? What all knowledge one should have in Databricks for 3+ year experience?
So first of all, you should be knowing the basic transformations, right? All those transformations. If you are aware about pandas, then I think Databricks will not take much time, like PySpark. You should be knowing about, first of all, what is Python, basics of Python. Okay. And then data frame, what is data frame? Then what are the transformations? For example, changing the column group by and then aggregations, all those things. How to create a delta tables, how to read different kinds of files, for example, Parquet file, CSV file, JSON file, right? Then how you can write those files in a table format, how you can create a schema, right? If you're using Unity catalog, then you should be knowing about what is Unity catalog, and how to write in a Unity catalog, how to create a Unity catalog, right? So there are many things, like this cannot be told in just one liner. Definitely there are many things you should be knowing about it. So and optimization, right? When you have multiple let's say you are doing multiple joins, then what are the types of join is supported in Spark, and which join you should go for, right? There are many things. So you should be knowing about it. How you can learn about it? So just go to Databricks Academy. Okay. In Databricks Academy, there is a course called Associate Data Engineer. Okay. So there is a flow chart where they have all the things which you should be knowing as a data engineer. Just register yourself. There is a notebook also available. You just create your account in, let's say if you don't have free account, then just go to the community edition of Databricks. They will give you one worker node. Basically one driver node will be there. There will be no worker node. 14 GB of memory will be there. Okay. Then you can do all the transformations which is there. Okay. That's how you can learn it. Data, or else go to the Databricks website. But Databricks website, if you go, then it will be longer. So it's better that you just go to that Databricks Academy, and there you search for Databricks Associate. There you will get all the repo is there. Okay. You just clone your repo, and you try to execute and understand each and every line of it. Like first of all, how you can, let's say there is a file which is present on your ADLS. Okay. And you want to create a table using that, how you can do it. Then once the table data frame is there, then how you can convert this data frame in a table, tabular format, how you can write those things. So those things are there. You can just learn about it, and definitely you will get and after that you can just search on Google, like what are the uh, frequently asked questions on Databricks or PySpark. Just try to see that whether you are able to answer or not. And then if you're not able to answer, then try to understand the concept. Don't directly mug up the answers. Okay. Try to understand the concepts. That will definitely help you. Okay.
I think we have said a lot about it. That's like a complete roadmap.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah,
Gautam.
definitely. Yeah.
I think
If
you
I go in that direction, then I don't think so I will be able to complete.
go ahead, share your screen. I think I have stopped sharing your screen. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I hope you are able to see my screen. Okay. Can anyone confirm? Hello.
We see Anand's image in your screen. That is what you're sharing.
Okay. 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 Thank you. Thanks for coming. Okay. So let me go to portal. Okay. So you're aware, you're clear about this architecture. That's what we are gonna achieve today. Okay. Let's go to the portal directly. What I will do is, first of all, I will create a resource group. Okay. So I have seen one question from I think in the chat itself, that if we delete resource group, will it delete the resources inside it? Yes, it will delete. Okay. So it's always better to create a resource group for a specific kind of experiment. Let's say if you're doing experiment kind of, let's say Databricks, okay, or ADF. So all the related things which is there. So just create a resource group, okay, and put everything inside that particular resource group. All the resources create inside that. How it will help you is, if you have to delete, you just delete the resource group, and all the inlined architecture or all the inlined resources which is present in the resource group, it will be deleted. Okay. Okay. So let me create a resource group. Okay. Then I will just why I'm creating a resource group. So let me just tell you architecture of it. Okay. So how the architecture is, one second, I'll show you that. Okay. So you're able to see, right? So how it is first will be the management group. Okay. So you can have multiple management group, but one subscription can be attached to one management group. It's not like that. The same subscription can be attached to multiple management group. Okay. And everything is inherited. How, like if you apply anything in the root, so that will be going to the till the lower level. Okay. So there will be a management group, which when you create an account, that will be created by default. Then the subscription will be also created, okay, for you. So let's say if you have a free account, I would suggest people to do along with me. Okay. So how many of you, one second, how many of you have Azure account ready? Because if I only do, then it will be like where people are just listening. I want to make it as an interactive. Ready? Okay. So
Apart
you can do along with me. Okay.
1 second, Uttam. Apart from Ranita, who all are ready? Just Ranita. Okay. Satya is also ready. I need at least 5 folks. 4 to 5 folks, if it is there, Uttam and me are fine. Right? Just 4 to 5 people be in sync. Whatever he is doing, just do it. Right? Wherever you need a pause, just tell us.
Yeah.
Take a pause for a while.
Yeah.
Akash is also ready. Yeah, we are good, Uttam.
Okay. Then. Okay. So how the things are: first management group, then subscription. Okay. Then we have something called resource groups, right? So we are at the third level. What we are trying to do is we are creating a resource group. What is a resource group? Resource group is nothing but a logical combination of different resources. Okay. Then we have resources. So one resource can be associated with only one resource group. Okay. But a subscription can have multiple resource group, as you can see. This is the subscription, the multiple resource group. Let's go and create one resource group. So you just do along with me. You can give a resource group name, okay, some meaningful name, so that you know that, okay, this belongs to that, and you can delete it afterwards. Okay. So what I did is subscription. So for your, I think, free account subscription will be there, and just give a resource group name, then choose a reason. So how to choose a reason is very simple. So you can choose your reason which is nearest to you. Okay. But I just choose East US2 because I'm used to. You can choose South India also, but the problem with South India is like few of the resources might not be available in South India. Okay, so it's better that you go for this East US to East US or something. Okay, because all the resources will be available in this particular region. Okay. Okay. So let me. So tag is nothing but, let's say you know that this particular belongs to which experiment or which project, you can put a tag. Let me skip it because I'm not doing it. I'm just giving you an overview. What is the purpose of it? So you can see that validation is passed, right? Now I have an option to create. Let me create it. Okay. So this resource group has been created. Now what I will do is I will create a storage account. So just follow along with me. Okay. So the three persons who told that he's ready or she's ready, are they good with resource? They are able to create a resource group. Can confirm? Yes, done. Okay, thank you. Wherever you find that I need to stop or go slow, let me know. Okay. Let me go and create storage account. Okay. Now I will create. Click on create. So I've chosen the subscription. The resource group which I created, I will just select that. Then you have to give a demo. Okay. You have to give a storage account name. Just give a name like storage ADLS Okay. So basically you have to give a unique name. Okay. And reason is TOS. I am going for a standard. So difference between a standard and premium is very simple. If you go for a standard, then it will be HDD. And if you go for premium, it will be SDT. Okay. And since it is for the project purpose, I will not go for geo redundant. So geo redundant means it will be in three different geo regions, geographical regions. The replica will be created. Okay. So I will go for LRS. So what is LRS is local redundant storage. That means, let's say if my data center is present in Chennai, for example, what it will do is in the same data center, that is Chennai, it will create three replicas in a three different racks. Okay. Not on the same rack, but three different racks, but on the same data center. Okay. So this is how we are going for local redundant services. Okay. I will go to the advanced. So you can see that all those things. Okay. There is one more. So this is, you have to enable it. The reason is very simple. If you don't enable it, then it will be a blob storage. It will be not a data ADLS Gen 2. So what is the difference between ADLS Gen 2 and blob storage is? So ADLS Gen 2 supports hierarchical namespace. What does it mean? It means like if you create a folder, like a root folder, inside that you can create multiple subfolders. But if the hierarchical namespace is not enabled, so you cannot create the subfolders inside it. For example, if you have a folder called Utam, if you try to create a subfolder inside it, that option will be not coming to you. Okay. Since I need a structure where I want to create a subfolders and everything. So I I will go for hierarchical namespace. Okay, just a second. Okay. Okay. So enable SFTP that this is required when you're using, let's say, file store. Okay, where you might have heard about secure file transfer protocol. So if you have to make, so for that scenario you can do it. Okay, but right now we are not using. Now you can see that access tier, right? You can see that two access tiers are there. One is hot, one is cool. So what is the difference between hot and cool? So hot says that if you want to frequently access your data, for example your transactional data, right, then you can go for hot. If you think that now I will be very not frequently I will be accessing, then you can go for the cool. Okay. Okay, I will go for networking. So I will just enable a public access from all networks. The reason is very simple, because I want to connect with the public networks today. That is the reason. But if you go to any organization, mostly it will be disabled. So it will be like disable public access and use private access. This will be there, or enable public access from selected virtual networks. So it will be not publicly accessible. Okay. So this is called soft delete. So what does soft delete means? It's like a recycle bin. So when you delete something, it goes directly to the recycle bin until unless you're not doing shift delete, right? So what happens? It keeps your data for 7 days and then it will permanently delete it. Okay. So this is the definition of soft delete. Let it be as it is. Similar, I talked about what is tags. So it will run the validation. So whatever the like values you have provided, it will check whether the same can be provided by Azure or not. Same configuration. So it says that yes, I think validation has passed. There is no error as such. Let me create it. Are you following along with me?
Uh, yes, sir. Sir, just I joined actually. If possible, can you show me the architecture diagram one time? So I little quickly
Sorry,
join
your
here.
voice is very feeble.
Hello? This is Senthil here. Hello? Can you hear me?
I can, but it's very feeble. Can you please speak a little louder or put your mic near nearby?
Okay, what I will put it now. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
it's better.
Sir, I just joined recently in a meeting. Is it possible? Can you show me one time that architecture diagram?
Yeah, sure. That I can do. So this is what we are trying to achieve today. So we will be having a source, SQL Server as source, and one source will be in our Git repository. So I have kept one file in our Git repository. So that will work as that can be your any public URL, where let's say you have to get some COVID-19 data, or let's say some New York taxi data, all those things, right? So those are public data available, or Kaggle or something. So you can just use HTTP as a source and you can get the data. So how we are doing is we are using ADF for ingestion, and we are using ADLS for a landing zone. Okay, as a landing zone. Okay, and then we will be integrating this data, like we will be try to read data from storage account using the Databricks. We will try to create some tables, do some transformations. So that's all we are trying to achieve today. So it's like end to end. So if you go to any project, right? Or any kind of project in ADF. So that's how it will be architecture. Complexities will be there. Let's say in spite of these two sources, there might be 4 or 5 sources. Okay. And the transformations which we are talking might be some different kind of where you are doing copy into merge activity just to identify what are the delta records, what are the delete, SCD type 1, SCD type 2. So it depends, right? But if I do the same thing here, it will take a lot of time. So that is the reason I've just, if you understand this architecture, the basic of this, definitely the complex things if come in picture, you will be able to resolve or you will be able to cope up with.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
You go
Am I?
ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. Where I was. Okay. So you can see that storage account is deployed. How many of you are able to do that? Kindly confirm me. Done with the storage. Done. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Now the storage account is ready. Okay. What I will do is, again, I will create one SQL server and then ADF. And then we will try to integrate everything and one Databricks also. Okay. Okay, let me go for SQL Server. So you are aware about, you might have worked on SQL, right? So there are two things. One is server and the client. So for example, if you're using SSMS, SSMS is kind of a client, right? And your server is hosted somewhere else. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create one server here. So where I can host my database, and in the database I can create my tables. Okay. So that's the purpose what I'm trying to do. So here you don't have to worry about anything. So there are multiple options available. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is, this is my subscription, the resource group which I have created. Okay.
Uttam sir,
And
this
then I have
is
to give.
again Senthil. Again Senthil. Actually,
Yeah.
see, I am coming from basically that administration background. So
Mhm.
when people are talking about SQL server and client, what actually exactly mean? Anyway, if I have a server, if I have SQL, I have the database. That is called
Mhm.
only if we are talking about meaning the server, and which is I'm connecting from a client tool like Workbench. I'm connecting with database that is called client. Is it like that? Actually, it is like that meaning, or is it anything else? It is there.
You are correct. I'm just trying to give a very simple example. Okay. So for example, just consider, uh, you might have seen the CCTV cameras, right? So in the CCTV cameras, there is something called server where the data is getting stored, right? And using the mobile, you can see what is happening at your home or what is happening in the camera, right? So your mobile is a client, and this is and your server where the server where the data is getting stored, that is your server. So similar to that, here this will be a server. So this is the physical storage where your data will be physically stored. Okay. And when I talk about the client, so let's say SSMS. When you use SSMS, for example, this is my SSMS. Okay. So my data, I'm not using any kind of data sources here, or it doesn't have any servers. Only what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to connect using the connection string to the server. Okay. But it feels like that the server is hosted in my system. No, it is not, right? So server is nothing but where your data is getting physically stored. Okay. With all those things, the client is something where you are accessing your data, or the server using some connection string, because you cannot directly, if you're using, let's say, Facebook, right? When you store something, you feel that all your things are in your mobile. When you let's say today I'm uninstalling, and tomorrow I uninstall again, you can see that all the photos are still there, right? How it is. So basically all the things are stored on your server, Facebook server, right? So this is your application, the mobile application, the Facebook mobile application which you're using is kind of a client, where how it is getting connected. You're authenticating first of all yourself, whether you have the right or access to get the data or read the data or not. So you are giving your username, password, you are authenticating yourself, then you are. So this is how this is it works. Does I answer your question?
Yeah, yeah, you are answered the question. The means you are telling like uh, the server, which is if I installed on Oracle server, one of the system,
Hmm.
one of the Linux system,
Hmm.
that is called server, which is I am trying to connect from my client. From my PC, I install something like app toad application, like that application I install, and I try to connect that server. My laptop is the client, and that server is in which is available inside the data center.
Your So in that case, let's say sometimes you might have seen that when you install Azure, not Azure, like let's say database, right? So you have to install the server and client both on the same system. Let's say if your server is not hosted, right? If your server is not hosted somewhere, so what you can do is, if you want to use locally, then you have to use or you have to install the server on the same system. So how the server will use? So server will use your memory in the sense like your RAM power and your HDD. Okay. So if it is a solid state drive, then it will use that particular ROM and it will use the memory power of your RAM. Okay. So that's how it is.
Yeah, understood, sir. Clearly understood. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So now I have to give a server name. Okay. So let's say give, so you have to give a unique name. Okay. Now this is the server name, and the location I will choose as HDOS2. I will use both. Set an admin. Since I have chosen both, right? So I have to set admin. Like I have to select like who should be the admin from the inter ID. If I just choose SQL authentications, then it will not ask that. Okay. Now I have to give a login and password. I have stopped sharing. Just a second. I will just put the password and then I will start sharing. I hope you're able to see my screen. Networking allows the service and resource to access the server. Yes. So make sure that you are doing at yes. If you are not making it yes, then what will happen is when you try to access the SQL server using ADF, it will not allow. Okay. It says that allow Azure services and resources to access the server. Okay. Make sure you are doing it. Go to tag. Create it. Are we good? Are we good till now?
Utam, we didn't use
server.
any tag.
Yeah,
Right?
just sorry, can you again? Your voice is breaking.
Did we use any
So
tags?
just keep server name. Your voice is breaking. Satya, not able to hear you. Yeah, to answer your question, I didn't heard what you are asking, but what I can see in the chat box is like, yes, you have to keep note of that. Did we use tags? No, we have not used tags. So it's just why the server detail will be needed to use ADF, make an integration. So that time this will be needed. Okay. Okay, fine. So this is deployed. So there is no database. I have to go and create one database. So let me create a database. So this is server, and this database will be hosted on this server. Okay. So let's say if you directly try to create a database, what will happen? So it will ask you, do you have a server? If it is having, then just choose it. If you're not having, then create it. Okay. What I did is I've just first created a server, then I'm trying to create one database, and that data hosted where? Because when you are saying that store something, that should be stored on some disk, right? Some server. Okay. So it is asking me what should be your database name. Let me give SQL Server or something. Okay. Just a second. Okay. Then server, I will select the server which I created, right? Why this server is not coming? Live demo. I've created one. Training SQL server. I think is this a server I've created? I think this is what I've created. Okay. Training SQL server. So do you want to use Elastic Pool? No. It's for development, not for production. Okay. I want to use this one. Then I want to use configure database. Go for basic. Okay. Go for basic. So basic will be less. So you can see that it is 384 per month. Okay. It will give you 2 GB, and 2 GB will be more than sufficient for this. Go to networking. Add current client IP address. Yes. So why it is like the system which you are using. Okay. IP address will be added if you will be not able to access. Okay. And security. I think we are good till here. Okay. Okay. So configure transfer. That is fine. Go to additional settings. So it is fine. Go to tags. No tag. Then I will create.
We didn't change anything, right? Additional settings tags. I think we left it as.
No, I didn't. I didn't. Okay. You can see that my deployment is succeeded.
Is that? One second. SQL Server demo. Able to hear me?
Your voice is breaking.
Hello.
Your voice
Hello.
and video get stuck.
One second. Let me rejoin, okay?
Okay.
What happened? Utam dropped?
Yeah, he had a
Yes,
network issue. He said he will drop and come back.
What happened? Okay. Let him come back. Yesterday also there is so much of connectivity issue. No, he has some voice issue, I think, maybe because of his earphone.
yes. Actually, even I checked in YouTube parallelly.
It was that
Same. I
clanky
thought
voice was coming, right?
yes. I thought my internet issue. No,
Even
I
I
checked in
thought my
YouTube. It was
that earphone.
yes.
That's why I have this noise cancellation. 1 second, Uttam is calling me. 1 second.
No.
Yeah, Uttam, you're back. Uttam, I think something a problem with your earphone. Change the earphone, connect it to the wire set, na, rather than Bluetooth. That will be better, I guess.
No, I'm using a wired only.
Wired
I
only.
think, yeah. So I think when we are going live, there is some lag. Because my system is also getting slow. Once I just get out of from Zoom, I can feel that it's working smoothly. I don't know, something with the Zoom.
Maybe now it's fine. See, now I can hear your voice clearly. Because if here
Yeah.
voice is clear on YouTube and LinkedIn, both voice will be clear. So I was watching simultaneously on YouTube, right? So if there's
Okay.
any crank noise coming from your side, it will come everywhere. Okay, continue.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you able to create the database?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Just a second. It failed for me. I don't know why. Let me see. Okay. Apply. Yeah. Okay. Go to networking. Allow Azure resources and resources to access this tile. Yes. Yes. Why it is firewall was the setting described by the database can modified files function latent selector server after database case. Okay, fine.
Last time we like switched to S2 only one option, that client.
Sorry.
Add current client IP address. No, we have put S2 only that. It was showing gray for that.
Yeah,
Allow,
yeah. 1 second. I will show you. I will show you that how to do that. Okay. So let me create it. So meanwhile, what I can do is I will go to this server. Then I can go to the networking section. So public, I will just enable selected network. Okay. So this is saying that add your client. Okay. I'll just add, and then so here allow Azure services and to this use. Okay? So just enable it. Exception. If you're not doing it, it will not happen. Okay.
Could you repeat what you did in networking?
Yeah. So go to the networking, and I think by default this will be selected networks. Okay. Put firewall rules and click on add your client IPv4 address. So basically this is the system which you have logged in. For example, if it is your laptop or if it is your desktop, so that IP address. Okay. Because you will be trying to access using this as a client, right? Your SSMS might be present here. So that you have to add. So you have added, just click there, then by default it will come as, right?
No, only
Then
the
in
room name
acceptance,
came, the IPv4 address and start IPv4 address and end by IPv4 address is not come.
it will come by default.
Didn't.
For example, let me delete it. Okay.
Yes,
I've
it's
deleted that.
come.
You can see that nothing is there. Now I will click here. You can see that it is coming by default, right? I have not did anything. It will take your system's IP address.
Okay, it didn't for me.
Okay. Okay, we'll see that. Okay.
Is this mandatory for this project? I mean, do we need to enable this?
Yes. See, if you are trying to access using SSMS,
Uh-huh.
then definitely it is needed.
Okay.
Okay.
Renita, you
Then
might be getting two rows, I guess.
No, just one.
Okay, okay.
so go to the exception. Allow Azure services and resources to access the server. You have to take it. Else you won't be able to access this database using or server using the ADF. Okay. Then click on save. Okay, that is done. Now I'm good. Let me go to let me create one ADF instance. Are we good till now? Hello. Can anyone confirm?
No, I can't proceed beyond the networking because my IP is not coming, so I think I'm stuck. Other than that, I am with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you share your screen? I just want to see. I just stopped sharing. Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I've shared my screen. I can just see delete it and I'm just gonna click. It's not coming automatically.
1 second. The IP address must be a valid IP. Okay, it's not coming. So, okay, can you delete it? Just delete it.
Yeah, and I'll click again.
Yeah, try clicking. Client address. Why this is coming like this? 1 second. This is
Is there
something
anything to do with it? Did she, like, we have to enable it, no? Public access. I think she has missed it.
Is it?
I
Okay.
think
Because he is
so.
able to do that means okay.
Yeah, I'm able to because if
Can you
we
go up? Can you go
if
up?
we enable
Okay.
the public access, it is able to.
It is enabled. Can you go to your database once?
Yes. Um, database. Okay.
Okay, 1 second. Status online basic. See SQL Server. Come down. Go to properties. Come down. 1 second. Connection listing not there.
No, I
Go
think.
to the SQL.
Okay.
Go to the SQL Server once.
SQL Server. SQL Server. Access control.
No, not. Go to networking.
Network.
Networking. Yeah.
Come down. It is Azure. Allow Azure resources. Click once more. If it is not happening, then we will see. Okay.
No,
I think
I'm looking for someone.
what
I
you can do.
can proceed if you want.
Yeah, what you can do is just try to get your IP address. Okay. IPv4 address of your system and
Yeah.
just give manually.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank
Okay,
you.
you can stop sharing. I will
Yeah.
just start sharing.
Yeah.
Able to see my screen? Okay.
Still,
Able to see my screen? Yes, no.
for me, it is still loading.
Anyone can confirm?
I've checked in YouTube also. It's still loading.
It's a black screen.
Yeah, it's black screen with has started sharing screen comment.
Okay. Let me stop sharing and then start it again. Okay, screen. Let me know if you're able to see the screen. Or is it still loading?
No, not yet. Still loading.
Okay. There's something issue with the Zoom, I believe.
I'm checking in YouTube also.
Yeah. But this is Zoom is connected to YouTube, right? It's not like we are directly live
Yeah.
only.
Now it is.
Yeah,
We are able to see the screen.
cool. Thank you. Okay. So what I will do is I will create one ADF instance. Let me create one. Just follow along with me. We have to be a little bit fast. Okay. Then give a name. STS2. Okay. So version is 1. Go to next. Configure Git letter. Yes.
Version is
Next.
2, right?
Yes. If you choose also, it is just one version available. There is no version 1.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay. So I want to connect via public endpoints. No tag. Go to create and review. Then create. Okay. So I think data factory is deployed. Oh, what happened? It's not. What happened? What happened?
It is there, I think. Down below storage areas.
No,
Below
that
that.
is
Yes.
old. Yeah, that is old one. It is showing 11 hours ago.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay. No issues. Let me do it fast. I think it is there. See, it is there. It is there. I don't know why it is not showing. It should show. Okay, now it is showing. Okay, fine. Now what I will do is we'll go there. Then once you click, there will be an option called Launch Studio. Click there. Okay. So first of all, what you have to do is for any creation of the pipeline, right? So what is most important thing is IR. One is IR. IR stands for integration runtime. There are 3 types of IR. One is Azure hosted. Basically, it is called Azure. And the second one is self-hosted. And the third one is Azure SSIS. So if it is, if you have to bring data from on-prem servers or let's say some private networks, right? Then you will go for, let's say, self-hosted IR. Okay. For example, if your data is there on some VM, which is hosted on Azure, even it is on Azure, but it is in VM, then you will go for self-hosted. And if it is, let's say, on-prem servers, like it is not on any cloud, then also you will go for self-hosted. For example, if you have some data on your Azure system, like data lake or SQL Server, which is hosted on data like Azure, right? So for that case, you will go for Azure, right? That is also self like integration runtime, self auto resolve integration runtime, right? Then the third one is something called Azure SSIS. For example, if you have some SSIS packages which you want to directly lift and shift or run on a data factory, so you can use this IR to run it. So IR is nothing but the computing engine, right? It's a serverless computing. So you don't have to specify how many core, how many RAM you should be needing it. So area will take care of that. Okay. Then we have something called link service. So link service is something called connection string, which you establish a connection with the source. So for example, when you connect SSMS with SQL Server, right? What you do? You pass your credentials. Let's say if you're using Azure authentication, sorry, SQL Server authentication, then you pass host name, username, password, database name, right? So similarly, you have to give all those details to create your link service. Then we have something called data sets. So in the data sets is like you have to specify what kind of data it is, whether it is a structured data, semi-structured data, or it is delimited file, right? All those things you have to specify when you are dealing with the data sets. We will see everything one by one. I will go to the manage section. I will just go and create one link service. So if I go to the integration runtime, you can see that by default one integration time will be there. Okay, that is called auto resolve integration time. Okay, and that is of type Azure. So as I said, there are three types. One is Azure integration runtime. So this is one of them. So it will be by default created. Okay, you don't have to create it. But sometimes what happen is your network will be in the VPN or virtual private network. So that time, even though you are using auto resolve integration time, but it will be a managed integration runtime. Like, okay, let's not talk about it. Let's not make things complicated here. Okay, go to link service, go to new. What I want to create is I want to create for SQL Server. I'll just create SQL Server, continue. Let me give a name as, it's a link service. Let's say give as a ls SQL Server. Okay, I will use the same. So it is asking what is the server name. So server name, from where I can get it. I will go to the so I will get it from connections network.
So is that in SQL Server?
I think it there in the properties. Second.
Name is there only, no? SQL Server.
Yeah,
It
but
is there in SQL Server.
Where in the
was
overview
not
on the right hand side.
once.
Yeah, it is there
Okay.
in server.
Thank you. So this is my SQL Server. Then the database name. So I have created a database called SQL Server. Then I want to go for SQL authentication. Then it is asking, let's say it is asking for username and password. So I will give my
The database name is what we create new, no? Now the name we are giving. It's not.
right. Yeah. So the database name which you have created. So by default, one master will be there, master database. By default, when you create, so by default, it will be a master database will be there.
Where did you find that server name? I mean, like dot data.
Yeah. So you can find over here. So when you go to the overview,
On the right
here
hand side.
server name is there, right?
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you.
The database
So,
name is that client we created, no? That time we gave credentials, no? The same one, is it? Or SQL.
yes. So
Yeah.
when you have created, so that time you have given you have selected your server and the database name, right?
Yeah.
It's a server name. Basically, database name you don't have to give any credentials. So when you create a server, then only you have to give credentials. So I think the second option, when you create after creation of the server, you have created a database.
Right. Yeah.
So if you're not getting it, what is the database name? Just search database, Azure database. I think
Okay.
for you only one will be there.
Okay.
It will be easy to identify.
Okay.
Okay, so I can see that the connection is successful, right? Just click on create. So one of the SQL, basically, so one link service is created. Okay. Now what I will do is I will again create one more link service. I need to create for storage account. Since it is of Gen 2 type, I have to select Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. I will click on continue. Since it is LS, I'm just following a naming convention as link service. Storage, or let's say LS, ADLS Gen 2. Okay. Then how I want to authenticate is, let's say, using, there are multiple options to authenticate. I will be using account key. Then it is saying me, see, by default, it is taking this integration runtime, right? Then just click on Azure subscription. So I know that this is my subscription which I'm using. For you, it might be only one. Then click on storage account name. So since I've just created one, storage ADLS 002D, right? So let me test the connection. I can see that the connection is successful. I will just done it. Okay. Now this is done. Let me create one more link service. This will be for HTTPS, which I want to get data from the Git repo, right? So this is of type, this is a link service. Hello.
Yeah, your screen share is gone.
Not able to see this.
Now it's visible. Sir.
Okay. Let me know if you need break. Okay. So it is asking the base URL. Okay. So base URL is nothing but when you go to the Git repo, for example. So I want to just get this one. Okay. If I click there, there is something called raw. Okay. If I click on the raw, okay. So this is my base URL. You give this.
Oh, please, can you share that?
Yeah, it is public. You can use it. I will just ping here. Okay.
So,
Now it is asking username and password. So I will go for, since
hello,
it's a
Utam.
public, I will go for anonymous. Okay.
Actually, we are using GitHub as a source, right? Why
Sorry.
you are using, we are using GitHub as a source, right? So what is the use for here the SQL server? What is the role of the SQL server?
Okay. So why I'm using, see, there are two sources, right? If you go to the architecture,
Yeah,
these
yeah,
are the two sources.
yeah.
Sorry.
Why you are using two sources? Is it like that? Is it,
Yeah, so I just wanted to I just wanted to show you how like different kinds of sources or how to make a connection, right?
Okay.
So one is from the
Uh,
HTTPS I will be using, the other is SQL Server.
Okay. Both using different data. Is it okay?
Sorry, both using?
Both will give different data. setup.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Both will be using different data. Yes. Okay. Good. See, the connection is successful. I think for everyone, the connection will be successful. Okay, since it's a public, right? Let's say if it is not public, then you have to go for, let's say, basic authentication. You have to give username, password if it is private. But since it's public repository, if I just go for anonymous, I'm able to make a connection. Okay, I will just create it. So this is created. I will just publish it. So why publishing is required is if you don't publish it, right? And if you come out of this particular session, or let's say that you close the tab, what happens is your change will be it's not permanently saved until unless you are not publishing it. So that the change which you have made will go. Then again you have to make those kind of changes. Okay. So make sure whenever you are coming out or you think that, okay, I will be out for a longer, let's say 1 hour or half an hour something, or by mistake you might be closing the tab. So it's better that you save or you publish it. Okay. Okay, now I have all those things which I needed. Okay. What I will do is I will go to this and I will create one pipeline. So I will use a pipeline called, I will click here pipeline, then new pipeline. Okay. Give me following a naming convention called PL. Then let's say full load. Okay. Pipeline full load. Okay, one more thing I just want, let me connect with the SQL Server. Server. So if you have server, like let's say if you have this SSMS, you can just connect it. I'm just trying to check what data you can use. Okay. Because I will be just creating tables. I want to make sure that are we good till now? So you can see that this I have created. Okay. System databases is the master one. Let me see if tables are there, if you can utilize those tables. No. Okay, fine. Okay, SQL Server. And this tables I think by default some invite taxi comes, if I'm not wrong. Okay, nothing is coming. Okay, fine, no issues. Okay, what I can do is, okay, since you cannot find any table, so what I will do is, you have access to the Google Drive, right? Where Anand sir has kept all those DDL statements. So just try to copy that, okay? And in the new query section, just try to open this, okay? What I will do is, I have this DDL statement, right? I have this DDL statement. I will just open over here, okay? And then I will try to create, okay? Just create in a sequential order because there is foreign and primary key. Are we good till now? Following? Not following? So in the Google Drive, you will find this DDL statement, okay? Are we good? Okay. So I will execute it. So one has been created. Two has. What is that? One second. Okay. I will do new query. Try to create this, execute. Already an object and persons in the database. SQL Server.
Sir,
Yeah.
we need to run this query into in our local MySQL server.
Yes.
Okay.
Does MySQL work or it has to be MS SQL?
No, it has to MS SQL.
SQL.
Where it is getting created. System create service master. Okay. It is getting created inside master. Let me do that. Disconnected. Database engine, SQL, this one admin. Options. This is my connect to database. Okay, fine, connect.
So Uttam, if we have to make this work with MySQL, so we will have to create a MySQL server and then create a pipeline for MySQL.
Right. Okay, are we good?
So can you guide
We
us
good
in
till now?
brief how to proceed with MySQL?
Because we are having MySQL on our all of our systems are having MySQL.
Okay. So since you have created a SQL server, so you cannot use MySQL. So you have to create MySQL as a server. Okay. Or you can. It's very easy. You can, but it will take time to download. Okay. So what you can do is just to do one thing. Okay. So we have a system tables, right? So in the system tables, if you go, you have something called this two things are there, right? DBO says so. Try to, so what you can do is, in spite of that, you can just try to get these two details. Okay, you just try to read those two files. Okay, so this is already present. You don't have to do anything. Like you don't have to insert all those things.
We didn't get you. Can you repeat?
Yeah. So what I'm trying to tell is, so by default, these two tables are present. So what I'm trying to do is I'm creating tables so that I can read those tables or I can get those tables in our landing zone, right? But since as you are saying that you have MySQL, you don't have SQL Server or SSMS, right? Then what you can do is, since it's for the learning purpose only, right? Then you can use the existing tables. These are the existing tables which is already by default. We have not created it. It is already there. If you just see that, so what you can do is, when you have selected your databases, right? So what I'm trying to tell is, if you go over here, what you did is, just a second, you went there, right? You created a SQL server, but you have selected database name. So in spite of this as a database name, select master. Okay, master as a database name. Just edit there and publish it.
No, actually,
Select
what is
master.
the problem in selecting
Sorry.
this database? Here it's not working. It's not working here.
So few people have issues like they don't have SQL Server.
Okay.
SSMS is not installed, so they are not able to like fire those DDL commands.
So we need to paste master in the database name, right?
Right. Let me know if you need a break, okay? Okay. So what I did is, if you just see over here, let me refresh. In the databases, I just created in this, I have created the tables. Okay. Now all the tables are empty. Okay. Now I have to insert values inside it. So this is my sample data. Okay. Okay. Just inserting few values. Okay. So now I have those details with me. So what I'm trying to do is, are you with me? Hello? Okay, thank you. Okay. Let me go to this. And this is my full node. What I'm doing is, and now I have created link service. I have the IR. Now I will create a pipeline and the data set accordingly. Okay. I need a, let's say I need a copy activity. Okay. Since I need, okay. I'm trying to copy data. Then I need a first source I need. I will go, since I don't have any source, I will just create SQL Server as a source. This, then data set SQL Server. Then I will select the link service since I have a link service. Then you can see that tables are getting loaded, right? These are the tables which I have created. If I just select one, do I have a preview option? No. Let me not select anything. Okay. Edit. Cancel. Not give any name. Okay. Will not give any name. Table name I will not give. Then what I will do is I will just click OK. You can see that my source data set is ready. Okay. If I want to preview the data, what is happening is please select a table, right? Okay. Now I will go and click a sync. So my sync is what? My sync is, if you just see the architecture, my sync is nothing but a storage account. I'll just create a storage account. I will create a new storage account Gen2, continue. And since I want it to be a, let's say a Parkified. Okay, go for that. Data set sync. Are you creating along with me? Hello, are you there?
Yes. So when we are creating this parakeet thing, we don't need to give the file path, is it?
We will give later. Okay.
Okay.
We will give later. You don't have to give right now. Okay. Now what I will do is I want to, since there are two ways. Now how many tables are there? We have almost 5 to 6 tables, right? So 5 to 6 tables means there are two options. First option is either create 5 pipelines or just create one pipeline and parameterize the things. What I will do is I will parameterize the thing. Okay. Okay, let me do that. So what I will do is I will create a parameter. So what are the parameter I will create is you can see in this, I think this is also uploaded. Okay, you can see that. So these are the parameters I will create: schema, table name, database, folder name. Okay, let me create that. Schema, table name, database, folder name. Why we want? Because we don't want to create one pipeline. Sorry, we don't want to create one pipeline for each table, right? That is the reason we are doing it. Okay, if I go to the source, just click on open. If I go over here, what I will do is I will create two parameters. One is table name, let's say schema, and the second one is table name. Why? Because this parameters, these values will change for each tables. So that is the reason what I'm doing is parameter I'm creating. So what is the difference between parameter and variable? So variable will change, can change when the pipeline is running, but the parameter will remain as it is. Okay, so that is the reason I'm creating a parameter. If I go over here, I will just click here, then I will go to the dynamic content. Okay, I have something called schema. Okay, this is done, and I will go to the data set. Then this is what I have created. You can see a parameter which I have created, right? Then go, you're done. So this is, you have parameterized, right? Done.
Could you show
Okay.
the parameterization again?
Able to see?
Yeah. How did you create it?
So what you have to do is, let's say I want to do parameterization for source. Okay. So what I did is, so what I did is, I just clicked on open, and then there were two parameters. You go to the parameter section and create schema and table name. Then as soon as we land here, then you have to click on edit, and there is something called add dynamic content, and then just choose that. So it's a part of, basically a table is consist of, one is schema and the other is table, schema and the table name. Okay, fine. Let me publish it. What is that? Available provider for parameters table. Close. Why only one is coming? It should come through. So it will come from, yes, it should come two. It is coming only one. I've created two, but these are the two parameters I've created: schema, table name. Close. Go there. Okay. Do one thing. This is a schema. Publish. What is that error? Available parameter table name. If you want to see the table itself. Here the schema itself is not showing. And the schema is getting. If I refresh, then all my changes will go. Okay, what is happening? SQL Server schema table name, fine. Why only schema is coming? Why? Go to source. Okay, do one thing. Go to cancel. Go to open. Then let me delete it. Again, I will create schema and table name. Go to parameters, create schema. Name. Fine. Okay. Let me come to the connection part of it. Yes, it is coming. Schema. This is done. This is table name. Okay. Now I will publish it. So any questions so far? Are we good?
Yes.
So publishing is completed. Okay. Now I need to parameterize this thing also. I go to open, go to parameters. So I will give the file name, the directory. I will just change this. Will be okay. Fine. First of all, let me create a container. Okay. So I have this storage account, but I have a container inside it. Let me create a container. Go to containers. So let me create a container name demo. Inside that, I will create a folder as raw files. Raw files. Right. Okay. So now I have this. Okay, fine. Now what I will do is demo, and then I will create one more called output. So demo and output. What you can do is I will give demo here, and this I will be concatenating. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is I'm creating a parameters, because as I said that table name, folder name, and database. Okay, right. I will complete this connection part. So let me know if you're not following. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just creating variable. I'm just parameterizing the things. Okay, nothing else. You can see that if I show you my container. So in the container, what I've created it. One is demo container, then raw
Sir,
file.
sorry to interrupt you. Sir, sorry to interrupt you. Your words are breaking in between, so I'm not sure it is for me or for all. So can you please repeat, sir, what you have told just now?
Okay. Is it better?
Still, it's breaking.
Yes.
Is it for everyone?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Let me do one thing. Is it better? Or is it still breaking?
Yes, sir. Yes.
It's better.
A little bit better.
Better? Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So guys, just are you able to follow up with me, or you're not?
I have lost you at parameterization, so I don't know about others.
Okay. Let me go to the parameterization and show you once again. Okay. So what I did is, so till there you are good, right? Till there you are good.
Yes, yes.
Yes. So what I did in source, right? So my source is a SQL server where the table name and the schema will change. Might change, but the schema remains the same. So what I did is, so if you remember, when I created the source, I have not created any parameter, right? So what I did is, now I have created two parameters. One is schema and the table name. Why? Because those values will be coming from my metadata file.
Okay, give me a second. How did we come to the screen?
So what you have to do is
Yeah.
go to source. So here, this is, you have to click on open.
Okay.
When you open, this will come. You have to
Okay.
go to the parameters.
Okay.
Then click on plus new, and then give schema and then table name.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah.
Then go to the connections.
Okay.
Again, then here you have to click on edit.
Just a
you
second,
click
sir. Just
here,
a second. Let
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
how
take
did
your
you
time.
come to the screen? Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Good.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So go to the connections. Then if you click here, there will be add dynamic content. When you click here, then there will be two parameters which you have created. Since you know that this table is having schema and the table name. So you just select schema over there.
But this thing is not coming from me. I don't know about others, but this add data set dot schema is not coming when I click add dynamic content.
Click on add dynamic content,
Yeah.
and then you have to click. You have to click here.
Okay.
Just click. Yeah, just click in the schema section.
Okay.
Then it will come by default. For example, if I just delete it, right? I just deleted it.
Yeah.
If I just click, I'm just clicking here.
Yeah,
it will
got it.
come
Got it.
automatically.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I get you.
Okay. So then if you go to the sync, similarly you will find. Similarly, you have to do in the sync also. Just click open, create parameters. These parameters, table name for database. Why I want all those parameters is like how my data will be created is it will be created in a format of, let's say, container name, then let's say a raw layer, and then inside that the database name. Inside that database name, there will be a table name created, and inside the table name there will be the file. Okay, so that's the systematic way which I'm trying to, you will understand once it is getting created. Okay,
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Okay.
So
I think we have to be a little faster. Okay, I'm done with this. Then I will go here, table names. What I will do is explain you. Okay, since if I type everything, it will take time.
probably you'll have to share it in the chat, others.
Yeah. I will explain you. Okay, I will explain you. Don't worry about it. Because these are the things which you have to understand. What was that? Database. Okay, let me tell you what I'm trying to do. Okay, so you are clear till table name, folder name, and database name, right? Why I have created. Now what I'm trying to do is, so there is a kind of function called concat string function. So what I'm trying to do is, when my file will be created, I want my file to be created in a fashion so that it will have like name. For example, nurses. Okay, so nurses underscore underscore, then UTC now. So in UTC now is like what is the UTC now time, and dot parquet. So it will create a file, something called nurses hyphen, let's say today's date, dot parquet. So that's how it will create a file. Okay, that is the purpose of it. Okay.
Shall we type this thing?
Yeah, you should.
Yeah,
If you
please.
have created the similar, if you have created the similar parameter name, then only it will work. Else it will throw error that this parameter is not existing. So you have to change according to your parameter name.
Sure.
Okay. You cannot give as it is. Okay, so we are here. So now we are almost done. Okay, Now what I will do, let me publish it. I have published it. Good till now. So for this folder name, you don't have to do those things. So what you have to do is just click. Let's say you know that this is the folder name and this is the parameter which you have passed. Just click on the folder name and this pipeline parameter will automatically populate. Okay. Okay. So now this is my copy activity, but since everything is parameterized, right? So we have to pass those things. So how we can pass is, let me create one more pipeline called master pipeline. Okay. Okay. So what are the things I need is I need a lookup activity. For this lookup activity, what I need is I need a metadata file. Okay. So this is my metadata file, but here metadata file is I need for example, this is my database, right? So now I will change according to my requirement. So my database name is right now SQL Server. What you can do is just create Excel file, okay, or a CSV file. In that, create 4 columns. One is schema, table name, database, and folder name. Okay. I have shared. I think if you have access to the Google Drive, this file is present there. Okay. You don't have to do anything. Just change according to. So for example, you know that your database name will be not SQL Server. For your case, your database name will be master. Fine. Now, what are the table names I have? So for my case, the table names are, let me go to, so my table names are, one is Control C. One is persons. Then the other is nurses. Then we have something called cities. We have something called vaccine provider. Something called vaccine sites. We have something called vaccinations. Okay. So these are the tables I have. The schema remains the same. Okay. And the database also remains the same. Okay. Only the thing is I want to maintain the folder name same as my table name. You will understand once you will see that how the structure is. Okay. Control S. Right. Now this, what I will do is I will upload. Where? I will upload in the SQL Server. Sorry, not SQL Server. I will upload here. So what I will do is I will create one lookup, something called lookup. Okay. There I will just upload. Go to upload. Downloads. I think. Okay. So I've just uploaded it. It's an Excel file. I uploaded it. Fine. Now I have this one. Now what I will do is I will just create a data set. Since it's a lookup, I will just create a data set. Okay. Since I have not created it, I will just create one. So let's say it belongs to data lake Gen 2. And it is of type Excel. Then continue. Give a name. Name is dataset. Fine. This is the link service I have to select. Then I will browse. It is inside demo. Then it is inside lookup. Then this is the file. I will go OK. Okay. And by default, it will be something called seat 1. Okay. Now, okay. Are you with me? Anyone? Okay. Okay. So if I just preview the data, see, you can see that this is what I have kept, right? So I did one mistake. What I did, I have not considered first row as header. Okay. So what I have to do is I have to go to this open and then I have to do first row as header. So if I go to this master, I will see that, let me, if I preview the data, you can see that, right? This is how. Schema table name data is and folder name. Fine. Now, what I will do is I will create one for each activity. Why? Because I want to perform the same activity for all the tables. So it's like a for loop. So I will use one for each activity. This is the for each activity. If I go inside it, then if we go to the settings part, then items. So basically what I want the way this. So since I connected, you can see that if I add this, you will see that I will get the output. No, basically I want the output value, not this one. One second. Master. Output value. So Definitely for the first time it will be difficult to understand. Okay. So what is happening is this lookup activity will look into this entire get metadata file and it will give you the value. Okay. Then I will go for the activities. I don't have any activities. In this activities, I will just choose one execute pipeline. So what it will, since I have created one pipeline, I will try to call this pipeline using this execute pipeline, using this execute pipeline activity. Okay. So invoked pipeline is nothing but this. Okay. Wait on completion. Then it is asking what are the values of it. So if I add dynamic content, you can see that items, right? So what item? So item dot. So if I just click on the item, it will give me complete, but I am interested in schema. Item dot schema. And similarly, here also it's item dot table name. If I click here, dot table, it will come by default. Okay. And similarly, in the database, dot database. Okay, fine. Similarly, dot folder name. Okay. Okay, fine. So this is done. Let me publish it. Okay. Now what I will try to do is I will run this. Okay. Now all the values are there. Any questions till now? I know there will be multiple questions, but can you let me know what are the questions you have? Or else let me first run it and then we will talk about it. Okay. So I have two options. Either I can trigger it, add trigger, or debug it. I will go for debug. Let me see that whether it fails or what. Lookup has succeeded. One execute pipeline succeeded. Okay. I think then it will succeed. So one pipeline has succeeded. Now you will understand. If I go over here, if I go to the demos, you can see that in the output, you can, one second, okay, nothing is there. Okay, see, you can see that in the demo, right? Raw files. Then this is the server. Inside that, this is the full load. It is a full load. Okay. And inside that, you can see that these are the tables and these are the files. So when I was showing about it, so cities underscore underscore UTC time now dot parquet. Okay. This is full load. This is the server name. This is the raw files. Okay. This is how it is getting created. Okay. So you can see that what I did, I just ran one pipeline, and using that one pipeline only, the complete pipeline has ran, right? I have not, so there are other ways like just use copy activity and hard code it. I just parameterize the things, and you can see that it ran successfully, right? You can see that. So how you will understand is like, if I go to this, let's say I will go to this full load. I will go to the sync part. So table name you are able to understand, right? So table name is nothing but it is getting created with this table name, right? Cities __ utctimeline.parquet. This is what I have given. This is what it is getting created. Okay. Now folder name is what? If I just open, this folder name is the table name. Okay. So this is my folder name. Folder name is nothing but my table name. So this is my folder name. Okay. Now this is database name is nothing but the database name. So how this file is getting created is, if I just open this, it will create with this demo. So you can see that demo, then raw files, then database. So you know that what is database? Database is nothing but SQL Server. So SQL Server is the database name. Then what is that? Full load. It is having full load. Then what is that? Folder name. Folder name is nothing but the table name. So that is what? Table name. Okay. Then this is table name. So table name is what? If you just go to that, table name is what? Table is nothing but your table name with utcnow.parquet. So that's how it is getting created. Any questions? Are we good? Not good? Hello?
Now, Uttam, if we add any files to like that lookup folder, no, it will be like if we run the pipeline, then it will. Should we have to create the parameters according to the files, or how we should do that?
No. So let's say if you have to add files, right? Sorry, other tables. For
Other table,
example,
yeah.
yeah, let's say if you have some table name student, okay? If you add it there, then it will automatically run. But you have to make sure that, let's say if these files are already ran, okay, and if you add and then run it, what will happen is this file will also run, these tables will also load along with this. So you have to just make a note of that. But if you want this metadata to be more kind of uh, like if you want this file to be more metadata driven, so what you can do is you just add one more parameter. Okay, so you have to customize this. How you can customize is like, once this is run, right, then you make as something like y. Let's say if it is ran, and when you are running the second time, so it should look at this particular parameter whether the value of run is y or n. If it is y, then it should not run. If it is n, else the problem is it will create a duplicate files,
Oh,
right?
okay.
So you have to just, or else the shortcut, if you want workaround, is just delete this records and keep only one, so that it will run for this one, whatever you have newly added. Okay. So any questions till now? Are
And
we good?
can we do this for like if you want to do it for MySQL, no? Then we should have created the MySQL thing, right?
Exactly. So if you want to create for MySQL, then go to home, create MySQL. So you have to create MySQL servers. Okay.
So, okay.
And then you can get connected. Okay.
And
And
although
similarly, if you go over to the manage section, here you have to create a link service for the MySQL.
MySQL, okay. And
This one,
everything remains same.
yes. Okay. So
Here
this
we
is
have to go
ADF part.
Azure
Sorry.
database for MySQL, right? Or MySQL. There were two options.
Sorry, can you come again?
There were two options when you got into a linked service, like new. You went to new, right? There were two options for MySQL.
Yeah, so I think this is on-prem.
On-prem. Like we have, if we have MySQL installed on our laptop, okay. Like, can we connect to direct? Can we use this MySQL, and we can connect to our laptop, and we can
Yes,
do
you
our.
can. Yes, you can do that. So for that purpose, you have to use self-hosted integration runtime. Okay.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
So the Azure integration runtime will not work. So for
Okay.
that purpose, you have to use self-hosted integration runtime. I think we are over time.
Sir, one small question. Sorry to put you. So,
Please.
where you were using this Parquet format, so you were talking about some Parquet. So you were working in the SQL RDBMS, right? Then why there is some Parquet?
Yeah. So why the Parquet is? So my source system is a SQL server, right? But when I am landing to my ADLS Gen 2, I am landing in a file format called Parquet. So where it is? Okay. So if you go to the containers, demo, SQL Server, full load, this is the Parquet file. You can see that. It's a Parquet file.
So you converted the format, is it?
Exactly. I can convert in any format. I can convert this in JSON also. I can convert in a .csv also. So it's up to me. I converted in .parquet because this is the most optimized format.
So to convert it, just that when we are doing the parameterization, we should just give that extension.
No, not like that. Let's say, if you remember, when I created the sink, I created sink of type Parquet. You can see that. If
Okay.
let's say if your sink is of type Excel,
Okay.
and if you are giving .parquet, then definitely there will be file mismatch, and you might get some incorrupted corrupted file, or you might get some error.
Okay.
Okay. So any questions? Shall we go for Databricks, because it will take another half an hour? So, Renita, have you attended the Databricks sessions which I took?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Okay. So, based on the vote, I can go for. Just tell me if you want to continue, because it's already 3 hours, and we have so what we learned today is, okay. Let me just summarize. So, what if you go to the architecture? We have used this SQL Server. We have this HTTP. So I have not created a pipeline for that. Okay. Let me create that. Okay, not an issue. We have used this. Only this part is pending. Databricks, right? Let me create very quickly for this HTTP. Just a second. Let me create one pipeline called here HTTP. Fine. P. source, I will just create. It is of CSV. Data set. Name should only contain letters, numbers. Okay, cool. Link services, this one. First row as header, yes. Okay. If I preview the data, see, if I preview the data, it is coming, right? Now I will go to the sync. I will create a new sync, AWS Gen 2. Then let me create a CSV file itself so that I can view. Data set, sync, HTTPS. Okay, this is Gen 2. First row as header. I will just create the same file. What is the file name? Let me see that. File name is country response.csv. Let me do that. Country response.csv. Demo. Output. Okay. First row as header. Okay. Okay, none. See, if this country response.csv is not present, and if you are clicking on this, then you will get this kind of error. So to avoid such error, just click on none. Then go to OK. You are done. Publish. This is publish. Let me debug it. So it is queued. It is finding some server, basically the compute. 1 second. It got succeeded. So how you can find? You can go to this one. You can go to output. You can see that country.csv. It got, okay. So you can preview that. So from HTTP server, we are able to copy. Fine. Now go to the architecture. So we have covered this. So what we did is, first of all, we have created IR was by default created. Then we have something called link services we have created. We have created link service for 3 sources. One is the HTTP, the ADLS, and the SQL server. Then what we did is, we have logged into the SQL server. Then we have created tables inside it. We have inserted the data in it. And then using parameterization, we have tried to fetch or copy all those tables in our landing zone using the ADF. Okay, so we have used parameters in it for the sync and for the source, and also we have used metadata so that we don't have to write multiple pipelines for this. Okay, and we have landed in the storage account, and the source was source was SQL Server or the HTTPS, and the sync is a storage account, and the data format is Parquet. And for HTTP, we have .csv. Okay, so this is what we have did. Any questions till now? We will
like
cover
in,
this.
sorry to ask you, if we, like everything remains same, right? If we do it from the MySQL also, like we
Yes,
have to
everything
create
will
the.
remain same.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
everything will remain same. You don't have to worry about it.
okay.
Only the thing is, like, you have to just remember all those, or write somewhere the passwords or the usernames, whatever
Yes,
you are
yes,
giving.
yes.
Everything
No.
remains the same.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we can drop this plan of Databricks, because another it will take some time. Okay. At
Okay.
least you guys are, whoever has done along with me, they are finding comfortable with the ADF. See, those parameters and all those things, you have to definitely, when you start practicing, right, then only you will come to know. Apart from this, it's better just, and regarding this project, right, so what you can do is just think of any scenario which you have completed, right, in your, and try to achieve the same scenario in ADF. Then you can write in your resume that this is what you have achieved. And whenever you are telling that this is what you have achieved, you should be very clear about your uh, goal, right? What is the use case you're trying to solve? If you tell that I have copied data from there to there, no one will be getting excited about it, right? It's all about what we are doing. We are trying to solve any kind of use case or the problem statement which a company is having, or the client is having, or the customer is having, right? So you should be very clear whenever you are explaining to any person in interview. You should be very clear about the use case. Okay, just make sure that you are clear about, else they will understand that, okay, technical, because see, technical people can be, you can hire technical people from anyone in anywhere, right? But if someone is having the business understanding, that is more on market. So whenever you are doing anything, just understand technicalities as well as the business you're, or the case you're trying to solve. Yeah, so that's all I was having. Thanks participation.
Yeah, so Uttam,
And
will we be doing the Databricks some other day?
What part is left, Utam? Aren't we able to finish the entire project?
So we are able to see my screen. One second.
Databricks also, if it is pending, just a small point, just continue, I would say. Just finish out of it in one session rather than taking different.
Yeah, so if people are okay, then I can continue, and I can just try
No,
to
continue,
show
continue.
you how
I'm
to
saying, Uttam,
integrate
continue.
and things.
We'll finish it in one session
Okay.
only. I don't want to keep any separate session for this. Let it be. It's okay. Just continue.
Oh, okay, so be there. Okay, I will be just dropping and then joining because my voice is breaking.
Yeah, it's voice to voice.
Okay, I'll just join.
Guys, any project, if you are doing it, never do it in 2 sessions. You have not seen my iNeuron when I was teaching at iNeuron, 8 hours of non-stop project we used to do it. This is how it has to be, one stretch. Even if you are practicing, try to sit for the longer duration. Don't get saturated in 2-3 hours. Right? You have not seen my entire data analytics project when I'll do it right from the data source, from AWS S3 bucket, data ingestion, Matillion, Alteryx, then coming into the Snowflake, then the Python, then EDA, then Power BI, then the visualization, then the DAG. So this is the entire chain. So this has to finish it in one shot. Then only you'll be able to see. Okay, so don't keep it for the later part. That's why I was telling Uttam, let's complete it in one shot. Okay, so that later on also you can refer. Now you can pause the video, then you can do it. I think you guys should have been done in quite hurry. This has been delayed a lot. He has not taught much thing, just the interface thing and then the configuration part. This shouldn't have taken that much of time, right? Let him join. Let him wait. I want to finish this in one session. That's why I've kept this live. This is live streaming on YouTube and LinkedIn so that the folks can have it. I cannot keep this in any project in 2 sessions. It doesn't. It breaks the chain for me. I don't feel like that's a point in breaking the project in two parts, part 1 and part 2. No, it has to be in one sync. Even if it is 3 hour, 4 hour, doesn't matter to me. It has to be in one sync. So bear with for some time. Let him join again, and then we will continue. Let him join back. His voice got. Don't leave this meeting. That's the reason. Don't leave this. These projects are for you all. So you guys should join it, even if you don't know it. This is not for me. I know this. Utam know this. Priya know this. We have implemented this in the company. I see very less participants is joining it here. See, that crave should come from inside. Those who are doing, definitely they are in. We have in the market so many jobs open for ADF. Right? So that crave should come from inside. How much should I motivate people? If your situation doesn't motivate you, no one can motivate. That hungerness should be there to learn. We are there to teach you. You are there to learn.
Okay.
Yeah, Utam, continue.
Able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me share my screen.
Rather than waiting for them, Utam, you can implement and show it to them. This part, they can do it on their own. Because it is taking time for you all, I'm seeing. So you implement it, you showcase it to them, and then they will do it. There's nothing rocket science in this. Yeah.
Okay. So what I will do is I will just create a Databricks instance for you. So Databricks, create. Similarly, you have to choose resource group, give a workspace name. Okay. So let's say Databricks training. Okay. It's US2. I will go for premium role-based access control. Okay. Now it is asking me managed resource group name. Databricks demo. Fine. So what I will do is go to the networking section. Deploy Azure services with secure cluster connect with no. Deploy Azure Databricks version in your own virtual network, no. Go to encryption. Use your own key, no. Manage services, no. Enable infrastructure encryption, no. Fine. Go to tags. No, I will not apply any tag. Go to review and create. So validation has passed. Now create it. So what I will do is, so once my Databricks instance is up and running, right? I will create, first of all, I will mount this particular data lake to Databricks. So what is mounting? So mounting is nothing but you are making your data lake or ADLS Gen 2 locally available to the Databricks. Okay. So it's similar to, for example, if you use SSH, right? Or you might be using PuTTY. What are you doing is you are connecting and you feel that your database is in your local system, but it's not, right? So similar to that, you mount it, like basically you authenticate yourself. It's just one-time process. You don't have to do again and again. Once you have mounted it, so there are multiple ways and processes in which you can mount it. Let me do it for you. So for that, what are the things is needed is we need a service principal, right? So meanwhile it is getting created, I will create a service principal. So what is a service principal is? Service principal is a way to have access control in Azure. Okay.
So basically you give a role-based access control to the service principal. What is role-based access control? You might have heard about contributor role, reader role, writer role. So rather than giving each individually this particular role, you are giving to this particular service principal. If anyone is having the service principal details, then they will have the same role which you have given to the service principal. Okay. Now let me go to the service principal. It is getting deployed. Okay. So, so what you have to do is go to the intra ID, Microsoft intra ID, Microsoft. Earlier it was known as Azure Active Directory. Now it is known as Microsoft intra ID. Okay. You have to go to the app registration, click on new registration, give a name. I will give a name as SP stands for Service Principal, Live Demo Databricks. Okay. I will register. Now it is registered. Okay. Now it is registered. So you can see that what are the three components of any service principal. So the first component is client ID, tenant ID, and client secret. So I need those details. This is my service principal name. This is my tenant ID. This is my tenant ID. And this is my client ID. Now I have to create a client secret. Are you following up with me? Are you good? Anyone can confirm, please? Yes, thank you. Okay, where I was? Okay. So now you have to go to client credentials. Click here. Why? Oh, what is that? Could not load registration app. Why? Let me do it again. What is that? Why? Okay. So now click on new client secret. Give a name. Like this is live demo. I will give E. Okay. Now let it be expired in 6 months. Not change anything. Add. So you have to just copy this value. If you're not copying and if you're going out of this page and if this page got terminated or sessioned out, then you won't be able to see the value. After that, you have to create a new value again. So it's better that copy then and there itself. Okay. Now what I will do is, this is I have, okay. Now this is deployed. I will go to this URL. Okay, 1 second. I think it is.
Screen has turned black, Utam.
Is it? 1
Yeah.
second, let me stop. Able to see now?
No, still black.
No, we are able to see.
It's black.
Able to
Yeah,
see?
we are able to see actually.
Okay. I'm able to see now. It's fine.
Okay, so let's say this is my Databricks instance. Okay. So what I have to do is, let me first start the cluster. Let me show you the cluster configuration first. Okay. So once you will open that, you will find different things in it. One is workspace. In workspace, you will find 2 folders. One is shared and the users. If you put anything, then who is having access to this particular workspace will be able to see inside the shared. There's something called users, like only the users specific folder will be there. Okay. Now, if you want to, this is called repo. So let's say if you have some Git repo and you want to clone it, right? So you can go there, then add, then 1 second. You can, I think this is disabled. Okay, currently not visible because you haven't created any repo at your repos. So add repo. Let's say if it is some Git repo, okay, you can do that. And what is the Git provider? For example, if it is GitHub, GitHub Enterprise, Bitbucket, so these are the versioning control tools is supported. Okay, and then if you create repo, it will create a repo. So why it is needed? So by default, there is a versioning tool or versioning available in the Databricks. Okay, whatever you do will be versioned, but the problem is that it will be inside your workspace. It is not outside. But what if you want to move out of Databricks to some other tool? Then it's better to have a external version control tool like Git or something. Okay. So what I will do is I will go and create one compute. Okay. First of all, I will just show you that compute itself. Okay. What is the configuration? So I am just choosing this policy unrestricted. Okay. And let me edit it so that it will be new. So there are these are the by default policies will be coming when you create any. One will be the unrestricted. So there are 3 kinds of access mode. One is single user, shared, and the no isolation shared. What is single user? Single user is like only one user can use that particular cluster. No one can share it. And it supports all the languages. If it is coming to the shared, like the people can share the cluster, but the thing is Scala is not supported, but it is in preview right now. Then we have something called no isolation shared. What is no isolation shared? It's like people can share it, but it doesn't support. It support all the language, but it doesn't support Unity catalog. So what is Unity catalog? So Unity catalog is kind of a database where it provides you kind of history, lineage, and like lineage. You might be aware about what is lineage. So lineage is like, let's say if the source is getting used by different notebooks or different places, then by looking at the lineage you will understand where it is getting used. Okay, I will show you that. Now what is happening is, you can see that I'm using this single user, and there are multiple runtimes. Okay, these are the runtimes. We have three types of runtime: ML and uncategorized. Let's say if you're using any machine learning, so there it supports GPU, graphical processing unit. If needs, then you will go for ML. I will go for standard. Okay, then we have something called photon accelerator. What is photon accelerator? So it's built, so you can see that for modern Apache cost per workload. So what it does is, let's say if your pipeline is taking 1 hour, and if you use photon accelerator, your like time will be reduced by 50 minutes, or like 50%. So it will be getting completed in 30 minutes. That's the power. That's how powerful it is. Okay. Since I am not using, I will not. So this is worker type. There are multiple worker types. You can choose among them. Okay. If you need memory, see, data cache accelerated. If you need a general purpose, it is something called general purpose HDD. Then we have something called memory optimized. We have something called compute optimized. So based on your requirement, you can choose the worker node and the driver node. We have something called enable auto scaling. So what is enable auto scaling is like, minimum is 1, 2. So let's say if the workload is getting increased, then it can auto scale between 1 and 2. I can give maximum also, but since it's for just for demo purpose, I have just given 2. Then terminate after. What is terminate after? Terminate after is nothing but it will, whatever the time you have given, it will, if it is inactive, if you are using, that is fine. If you are not using it, then it will get terminated in 30 seconds. Now you can see that summary. Whenever you are creating any configuration of a cluster, just see the summary. What are the things it supported? 1, 2 workers, that means 1 is minimum, 2 is the maximum, right? So 4 to 8. 1 driver, this is this one. Then runtime you are using is this one. Then Unity catalog is standard, and this is the DVU. So basically Databricks charges based on the DVUs. DVU is nothing but Databricks unit. 1 to 3 DVUs per hour. Okay, this will charge. If you can see that if I use photon accelerator, it will increase by 2. It will just double, but your time will be decreased. And if you see the overall cost, it will be less. Okay, I will not use that. Fine. So this is how it is. And one more question, one more thing which I just wanted to show to people over here. So let's say if you want to connect, right, Databricks as a source in a Power BI, how you can do it? You have to go to the advanced section, advanced option. Then you have something called why it is not coming, JDBC connections. One second. Just a second. Job visibility control, states, SQL settings. Blue.
Okay. So, okay. I don't know why it is not coming. Okay, fine, no issues. Go there. So when you go to edit, go to advanced section, there will be a JDBC connection. I don't know why it is not coming over here. Okay, there will be a JDBC connection, and which we having HTTP and the server name, everything will be there. So you can give the same server name details, right, to the data, to the Power BI, and then you can get connected. Okay, because whenever you are connecting with Power BI to Databricks, you need a cluster, and that cluster you have to give this. There will be a JDBC connections, and from there you can get it, all those things. Okay, I think I need to enable this one. Okay. 1 second. I think, yeah, see, you can see that, right? JDBC and ODBC connection.
What did you enable?
Right? So you have to just enable this one. Enable credential pass-through for user level data access. Just click here and save it. So you can see that it asks for server name, port name, protocol, and these are the things it will ask. And you just give it, and you will be able to connect Databricks with the Power BI. Okay. So now let me start my cluster. Okay, till the cluster is getting started, I will just, whatever the service principal I have created, I will just add this service principal to my data lake. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is, so now I have created a service principal, but service principal is not having access to any of the resources. What I have to do is I have to provide the resource. I have to provide the access, right? For that, what I will do is I will go here, then I will go to access control IAM, then go to add, click on add role assignment. See, those things is valid here. Okay. But if you go to any organization, might be it will be disabled for you. Only the owner of the subscription or the cloud team will be having access to this. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to give storage data storage blob data contributor. Okay, this is the role I want to assign. I will go to next, to whom I want to assign, right? So I have to click on, you can see that you can assign to the managed identity, you can assign to the user, a particular user or a group or a service principal. I want to go for a service principal, right? Then what I will do is I will click on select members, click on select members. Now I know the service principal name. My service principal name is this. I will this one. You can see that this. Now I will, what I will do, select, then I will do next, and then I will do review and assign. Okay. Okay, fine. So now I have reviewed and assigned. What is happening? Okay, I have reviewed and assigned. Okay, let's go over here. It's getting started. The cluster is getting started. I will go to workspace. Then I will click on training apps. What I will do is I'm trying to mount. Okay,
So mount, as I said, you are just making it locally available. Okay. Let me show you one more thing. Okay, if I go to the catalog, right, there I will, what the difference you will see. I just wanted to show. It's a little bit slow. If you go to the browse DVFS, you can see that MNT. Still getting started. Okay. The cluster is still getting started. Okay, fine. Let it get started. Meanwhile, we will go to this. So what we will try to do is, we will try to mount. So my demo. So what I will do is, the tenant ID, I will not use right now the secret and all. Okay. Let me hard code it. But ideally, in any environment, any organization, you should not be hard coding it. You have to basically use secret scope. Okay. Tenant ID. Okay, the cluster is up and running. Okay, I was about to show something, right? So if you go to browse DVFS, let me choose this cluster, confirm. You can see that in MNT, it's taking time. Yeah, you can see that one MNT is there. So basically I have mounted this one, but I will mount the second folder. Okay, let me do that. So this is my tenant ID. This is my tenant ID. And this is my client ID. This is my client ID. And then this is my client secret. So you might be having question from where I will get all those details, right? This is available. So I think I have shared in this Google Drive. If not, then I will share it. Not an issue. And you can find it in the Google also. Okay. So my container name is demo. And what is my storage account name? My storage account name is this one. See that my container name is demo. Okay. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So now what I did is, if you just see the code, what I'm trying to do is, I'm just creating a mount point where the mount point name will be MNT demo. And this is the tenant ID which I got from the service principal. This is the client ID which I got from the service principal. Similarly, the secret. And then this is the container name, right? Which I got from the storage account. And this is my storage account name. Now, if you just see the source, it is ABFSS, that stands for Azure Blob File System Secure. And this is my container name. Then this is my storage account name. Okay. And then DFS score this. And what is happening is I'm using OAuth authentication, where what I'm passing is I'm passing the client ID, client secret, and the tenant ID. And then I'm checking, is it the mount point is there or not? If it is not there, then I'm creating it. Okay, let me run it. Okay, you can see that it has ran successfully. So what is the difference you will see? Here you can see, let me refresh it. You will see one more container. That will be demo. Browse DVFS. Then if I go to MNT, you can see the demo. It was not there earlier, right? You can find all those things which is there here. See, you can see all those folders similar to here. I'm sorry, here. Lookup, output, raw files, SQL Server. So you are feeling like, okay, this is present over here. No, it is not. Okay. Okay, fine. So now I have did it. Okay. What I will try to do is, first of all, whenever you are doing it, you have to refresh it. Sometimes what happens is if someone is trying to access the problem with the mount point is what is the problem with the mount point? For example, if you have some sensitive data and you have mounted the data lake, or let's say the container or the folder, so that particular data will be accessible to everyone, I mean who is having access to the workspace. Okay, so you have to be very careful that you should not mount any sensitive data. Okay, so how you can access? You can access using the service principal. Just give the service principal and then access it. Don't mount it. If you are mounting it, then even though the person is not having access, but he's having access to the workspace, but he's not having access to the data, they can see it. Okay, make a note of that. Now what I'm trying to do is I'm refreshing mounts. Why this is needed? Sometimes what happens is, since you have used some cluster and using that cluster you have created the mount point, but if someone wants to access the mount point using some different cluster, they might not be able to. So this refresh mount is needed so that it will be refreshed, and using any cluster they will be able to use it. Let's say if you want to unmount it, how you can do it? dbutils.fs.unmount, and that this is the mount point you are giving. So dbutils is a functionality or a functions present in Databricks. It's a Databricks utility functions where they have multiple things. Okay, so you are unmounting it over here. Let's say if I want to mount, list how many mount points are there, right? So you can see that there are two mount points. One is demo and the other one is something, right? Now let me tell you one more thing, which is now you have mounted it. So what is the benefit of mounting? Now once you have mounted it, now you can read the file very easily, right? How you can do it? Let's say I want to, in the raw files, SQL Server, full load, cities. Okay, I want to read this file. Let me copy this, copy title. This is mount. I just copied this path, Control C, Control V. This is the mount point demo. Okay. Okay. Since it's a Parquet file, how you can read it? Spark.read.parquet. So the good part about Databricks is you don't have, so you might have seen that whenever you're using a Spark, you have to start the Spark session, right? Here you don't have to do it because by default, the Spark session is there. Okay, let me show you that. Spark, just run Spark. So you can see that by default, one Spark session is there for you. Okay. You don't have to create it. Databricks take care of that. You just have to write spark.read.parquet. Since it's a parquet, I will just read it. Okay. Now you can see that I have this file. Now I want to display it. For example, if I want to see that what is inside it, display, sorry. So now I'm trying to read this Parquet file, which is present on data lake. You can see that this is what was present, right? This is what I inserted. You can see that. This is what I inserted, right? This is what you can see over here. Now you have this file. Now you have a data frame, right? If you have a data frame, then if you know pandas, if you know Spark, you can do any transformation on it. You can convert this Spark data frame into pandas to pandas, and then do that if you are familiar with pandas. If you know a Spark, then you can do all those transformation with the data frame. Fine. Now let me create a table. Okay, so you can see that just a second, we go to catalog. So you can see that Hive Meta Store. So Hive Meta Store, it's a by default store which will be created in Databricks. Okay, so whenever you don't have Unity catalog, let's say, so what will happen is all your tables which you are creating will go to the Hive Meta Store, and a default schema will be created. That's default schema is sorry, the schema will be created, and the schema name is default. So by default schema will be created. Now what I'm trying to do is I have this mount point, right? I have this data frame. Now I want to write that data frame in a table so that anyone can use it. So there are two ways. Either you can create a temporary table. For example, you have a df. Now you have df, right? So you can do df dot create or replace temp view, and you can give a name as what was the name? Let's say city. Okay. Now this is done. Fine. Now a temp view has been created. So it's a view. That means it's a SQL. So this is a magic command. So this is called magic command. SQL %SQL. So as you see that, once you see the difference, okay, see the difference. It's Python, right? If I just write %SQL, you can see that it got converted in SQL. So there are two ways. Either you can write a magic command or you can change from here. So these are the things which is supported. Python, SQL, Scala, R, and all those things, right? Now I have a table called city. What I can do is select star from city. Okay. I have a table. Now I will run it. You can see that it will give me the same result. So since what I did, I have converted this as a temporary view. Okay. But the problem with the temporary view is it will go as soon as the session is timed out. Okay. Or if, let's say, if you have created a temporary view, the other person, if he wants to access this particular view, he won't be able to access because it is user related. Okay. User specific. So how to overcome this kind of challenges? For example, you got some data and from some SQL server, right? Now you want to do some transformations in the data frame. And after that data frame, you know that this table, I want to create a table so that my Power BI folks can access the data to create a dashboard, right? So view will not work. What is the problem with the view? Because it is just for a session. So in that scenario, what you can do is you can create a table, and the Power BI will be using this as a source, and then they can create a dashboard. How they can do it? So now you have a data frame. You have a data frame, right? If I display the data frame, it would display the same thing, right? It is displayed the same thing. Now what I will do is I will try to create one table. So the format is df.write.mode is overwrite. So why overwrite? Let's say if I have always a full load, and whenever I am writing file, I want to, whatever the existing data is there, I just wanted to overwrite it. There are multiple mode. One is overwrite, append, and I think other or so there, I don't remember right now. Then format is delta. Even if you don't do delta, it will be by default delta format. Okay. So what is delta? Delta, what is the difference between a Parquet table and a delta table? So Parquet tables doesn't have history maintained, right? But a delta table is having history in it. What I mean to say is that, let's say if you want to go, so basically by default it maintains a history of 30 days. Okay. If you want to go back to 10 days back, right? What was your state of your database or table 10 days back? If you want to go and check, you can always roll back. Okay. So that's, and also delta supports acid property. Okay. Acid property by mean atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability. Fine. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is data frame dot write dot mode overwrite dot format dot delta save as table. So high meta store is my catalog name. You can see that this is my catalog name. Then default is my schema. And what I'm trying to create is I am trying to create a table. Let me create a table name city. So you might be thinking that why I have given a tile sign one. So this, whenever you have something called hyphen or underscore, try to give a tile sign. Why it is needed is you will find this tile sign just above the tab. Okay, tab button. It depends on what kind of system you're using. So why it is needed is if you're not given tile sign, then it will understand that particular as a separate values. So if you want to make them understand that it's a single string, then always give inside a tile. Okay. Now what I will do is I will create a table. So what it will do is it will create a delta table. Okay. Now you can see that the Spark job has ran. Now what is the difference you will see if I just refresh it? Are you with me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so you can see that high meta store. Then we have something called default. This is called schema. And I have created a city table. Right? So you can see that what are the details you can see. You can see the columns. You can see that this is city is of string type, state is of string type. Okay. You can match the data type also. So if I go over here, city and state, it is of varchar. That means it's of string type. Okay. Sample data. So this is sample data. Details. So it says that last access unknown because I just created, right? Created at this. And what is created by this? This is type of manage. So there are two types of tables. One is managed table and the other is external table. What is the difference between managed and external table is? So when you delete the schema, the data will be also deleted if it is a managed table. But If it is external table, then only the schema will be deleted, your data will be intact. Okay, so you can see that where it is getting located, right? So it is getting saved in dbfs user hive warehouse city. Okay, let me show you that. So if I go to catalog, if you go to browse dbfs, if I go to users, if I go to hive, if I go to warehouse, then you can see the city, and it is getting saved in the part files. As I said, the delta files, the inline architecture is also a Parquet table only, Parquet file only. Along with that, it has delta logs. So delta log is nothing but it has logs of when it got loaded, what are the kinds of transformations you did, it's insert, it is a string type, what type. Okay, so this is along with that. Okay, now permissions. So I don't know what is, I don't have permission because it's a high meta store. It is managed by Databricks. If you see the history, just see the history, right? So what are the timestamp is there, user ID, who has ran that, who is the username, what was the operation done, create or replace. Okay, if you see that operation parameters, just see that partition by no, descriptions null, is managed true because it's a managed table, partition properties no, then it starts on load and nothing was there. Okay, so which notebook was used, so this many information you will get it. Okay, then go to
Since we are
lineage.
using delta, one question. Since we are using delta format, so we are able to see the history. If we have chosen Parquet,
No.
we couldn't.
If you use Parquet also, so by default what will happen is it will create a Parquet table only, sorry, delta table only. Now
Okay.
now it will create by default delta tables. Okay, so you can see that lineage.
No.
So what it's saying is, sorry.
Actually, my question was if we had created a Parquet table, like still we can able to see the history, or how is that? Because
Yeah, you can.
that is a
You
difference. No?
can. Yeah, you can. No, it's not that difference. Difference is not this history. It will be there. It's a log. It's a log for the table. It's a
Oh,
log for the table.
okay, okay.
History is this. The
Okay.
difference is this one.
We
Difference
can
is
roll back.
delta. So this one. So you will find this if it is not delta table, then you will not find this delta log. You will just find part files. Only part files will be there. There will be no delta log.
Okay.
Okay. So since it's not a Unity catalog, so that is the reason you are not able to see lineage. It's lineage, as I said, where it is getting used. Then insights is not supported in high meta store. Then quality is also not supported. So I have a table for you in the this one test. I will show you that lineage. So you can see that no data table. So that is not getting used right now. Okay. Anywhere. So that is the reason it is not showing. Similarly, history. I don't know what is showing. Catalog, not test catalog. It's not defined. Okay. So this is how, let's say once you have a table. Now what you can see that you have a table, right? You can see that now the table is created. Sorry. Now you have a table, this city table. This is the table you have. See, it is earlier it was Parquet table. Okay, but now the Hive meta store also stores in a delta format. So earlier what was there is whenever you have to specify the format as delta, but now you don't have to specify. By default, if it is getting created in a Hive meta store or in any Unity catalog, it will be a delta table. You can see that data source format is delta, right? Now what I want to do is I want to read this file. I want to read this file. I will do, since it's a SQL, I have to convert. Then I will write Control V. What I will do is I will write, it's a SQL table now. Select star from. I will, as I say, I will give a tile sign. Make sure that it understand as a okay. So you can see that the same data I can see over here. So what is the benefit? So you were having a Parquet file. Let's say right now it was a SQL server. So you can say that, okay, it was already a SQL server, then why we are doing this much? But let's say if you have a CSV file or a Parquet file, okay. But if you have to read those things, there are two ways. One is like convert in a data frame, then read it. But that data frame will be temporary for that particular session only. Once, if you know that this is my final data set, which is getting used. So what you can do is you can write in a data frame, and you can write that data frame as a tabular format. And once the table is there, then anyone can read the table. And so this is how a Databricks can help you. So this is simple. Now you can do all the transfer. It is in the format of the, so you can aggregate, group by, join. Let's say you have multiple tables and you want to get something, who is the highest, which is the country which is having got infected because of corona, like maximum infection. So let's say their data is present in 3 tables. You have to join. So you can join and you can get all those details, right? So all those transformations and everything you can, now it is very easy because now you know SQL, right? So using the SQL you can, so it is inside, whatever you are writing, it is inside a Spark SQL, okay? It is a Spark SQL. Okay. So any questions so far? So this is all I was having. So what, so this is, we have completed this complete architecture, right? SQL Server as a source, HTTP as a source. Then we have integrated this storage account to the Databricks using the mount point. And then we have tried to read the file, write the file, and do some basic transformations. You can do some basic transformations, right? This is all you can do. So this is, if you know these things, I'm 100% sure when you go to any kind of Databricks, if you learn, or let's say if you are reading any book, you will be 100% able to understand what is happening. So this is not the end. There are many things which cannot be taught in 3 hours or 2 hours, right? So it's better that you this will give you a startup, right? How to understand. Now you can follow any like book, definitely Spark or something like that, and just try to understand it. It will give you a better understanding now. Yeah. So I'm done from my end. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Utam. Thanks a lot.
Be a good listener.
I think we are good, guys. Just try to implement this. Those who are watching it live later on, by pausing the video, and then you can try this. Okay. And if any doubt, feel free to ping in the YouTube channel or LinkedIn, wherever you get stuck. I have already shared the files and everything through the Google Drive link. And those who are subscribed to this course, already that has been shared. Okay. Thank you so much for joining. And do subscribe to this Analytics Anand channel. There's a new batch coming from Azure, probably in January. We'll have end-to-end entire Azure thing we'll discuss, right? So after 2 months, we'll have in January. Okay. If you have no question, we can wrap up the session. Yeah.
Okay.